Greetings, superior beings, greetings, supreme being. Welcome to Universal Peace Television. This is the broadcast. Snowing in the Netherlands. Last year there was barely any. Sunday, 12/10/2017. But that should be 12/11. 12. No, wait. Yeah. 12/11. What happens when I change it when I'm live? The thing. Let's go to the camera immediately. This one. Okay, so that's working. So this way we can see the snow more clearly when I zoom in. I just woke up because my sleeping rhythm is distorted. But I'm getting out of bed an hour earlier or so. So then tonight I can go to bed a little earlier. So it's pretty snowy. I thought perhaps from this window it's doable as well. Apparently not. So there you can clearly see it's snowing live in the Netherlands. So I'm gonna pick a pipe and first clean the window again. I've left the curtain off. Of course my clock and my mini arcade fell again. So it's not easy. And my globe is not spinning anymore. See. So the neural network, voice of God, weapon, sabotages everything, including the weather. That's why they can predict weather 3 days ahead. They control the weather with these ionospheric heaters. And many people wouldn't believe it, but it's possible there are no satellites, that the weather maps you see, weather satellite images, are just generated with a program like Photoshop. So there is no live camera that shows Earth 24 hours a day. And when you look at Hubble material, then it's clear that you don't see any satellites, no stars, and the fake lightning, etc. Many people have exposed it already. The NASA Freemasons hoaxing everybody for the Luciferian global government to create a crisis big enough to impose their totalitarian Luciferian global government regime upon the people of planet Earth and to depopulate the Earth. So the crisis serves a double role, a double purpose. But this is cool. Jingle bell rock. Jingle bell suck and jingle bell fuck. So I'm still totally lonely. Single ladies are welcome. I just woke up, so that's why my eyes look kind of puffy. I usually begin with my favorite pipe. So let's do this one. And then I'm gonna get some tea and lemonade, but I can keep an eye on the live snow and have a different angle at it and stuff. There we see the birds also. I doubt if they enjoy the snow, it's kind of cold. That's a totally different look right there. So the time is also produced on the screen. That's the atomic clock time. So even on the thin branches the snow stays. Oh yeah, I was gonna open the window a little bit to let you hear how it sounds outside. So there we can hear people raking the snow or whatever, cleaning the snow from the roads, etc. So for birds you can buy these bird balls basically. It's food for birds, or use some, you can look online what they like to eat, what's good for them. And buy a transparent birdhouse, so then they come to the window and they're on your window, and then you can film them also. But during a storm my birdhouse crashed, and you can also just put the bird ball on the window directly with a zuignapje. That's a nap suction cup, they call it, I think. And then you can also film them. So it's still snowing, so that can become... We're turning into the North Pole. Global cooling, next ice age. It's all true. So we are due for the next ice age, etc. For my watch I made a snow camo, I can show you later, I'm still packing my pipe. A snow camo watch face. Real keyboard for a Misfit bass. I've tried to port an app for the Misfit bass, but perhaps I should do another broadcast about it. about this. So it's the Phaser app, and I know it's installable. There's a dude with a video of Phaser installed on his watch, and everybody is asking how did you do it, but he doesn't answer. So that's why people have disliked the video. Not sharing with the world yet. Wanting credit for the videos. So it would be nice if that person could let the world know how to install Phaser. And probably you have to edit it with the APK editor. A program, APK editor plus or whatever, professional, I don't know. I can check. But let's keep it on the live view for me, because I'm broadcasting. Oh yeah, let's put it on 3. I've checked the presets. So this is cool, live snow. On other webcams you may also be able to see it, of course. But perhaps not as good as on this one. This is really focusing on the live snowfall. Snow falling. And it would take time also, and perhaps by that time it has already stopped snowing. Of course, that snowing could go on for days. I've packed my pipe. So we don't have double glass windows, that's why it's fogged up all the time. Steamy windows. Extra pressure. So with the other window there's too much backlight. So this way we can see the exact time and the amount of snow falling in Mijdrecht, the Netherlands. At the moment, live. People can always Skype ProLogic999 with requests or comments, or just to have a nice story, chat for a while. Unless they've sabotaged my Skype, I have tried to look at it. The thing is that people can instant message me, but they were unable to call me basically when I tried to answer their call. It's disconnected or whatever. So it may have to do with the Windows firewall or something like that. I have no idea. But that's what I thought, perhaps something like the firewall. But then the question would be, why is the instant message allowed through the firewall and the rest is not allowed through the firewall? That's also kind of weird. So I really don't know how they did it. But it's to isolate me and depopulate the Earth to 500 million. Because I have attempted to press charges against people with book quotes that prove they want 93% of you dead. And that's proven beyond any reasonable doubt. You can look at the book quotes yourselves. And they're legal $1 million costing Georgia guidestones about depopulating the Earth in violation of the Democide Convention. Genocide Convention, I mean. So democide is just genocide perpetrated by your local government instead of others. Because your government has the job to protect and serve the taxpayers. Now I hear the control the position, voice of God, weapon, sputtering. So they have these crisis actors to give the illusion that they find it horrible and they're doing something about it, so that you all don't take action. And that you keep dying without control of the factors that control aging. And of course it may be done from the future to the people in the past. including Jesuits and Masons that are supposedly in control of something, which I doubt. As long as they're dying, you could argue they have no control whatsoever. It's all an illusion. So there's not much to see besides the snow and the snowy trees and stuff. Alright, I was going to show you the watch face. It's not too spectacular. The simple Amazfit watch face builder online. This is it. Here you see the web address. Simple Amazfit watch face builder by Fabio Barban. And then I have to start my other browser because I'm not logged in on this one. So that should be faster. And we can check the fake mainstream media. Could it be they're censoring Daily Stormer via me every time I have a broadcast where I look also at the alt-right, Daily Stormer? Then the next day or so they disappear. So this is again another website address. But if you search a little bit, then usually you can find it. You can always find them in the censored, it's encrypted part of the web, which you can browse with the Tor browser. So several people have contacted me and they think it's the Jews, as they say. Which made me think of smoothies, basically. So because they've murdered my mother and tortured my teeth out of my mouth, I also focus on the Jesuits and Masons. I think that Jewish people as a whole are not the ones doing it, basically. That you have these Jewish, Masonic, Jewish Christian, and also Muslim Freemasons. And religion is associated with pedophilia, so you can see their mass weddings in the Gaza Strip of these Muslims that get married with underage girls that sometimes also commit suicide when they're married against their will to some men that they don't like. And I've covered it in my previous broadcasts anyway. Religion is an important part of their depopulation and stuff. But we were going to the Amazfit watch face builder. Then I usually open it like this. On this one I'm already logged in. So these are my latest watch faces for the Amazfit base. Here the Snow Camo Iceland font, that's the one I'm wearing at the moment. And this jungle lo-fi is also pretty special. Vulku Guarana Cola, Guarana Biosis. And over here you have to push next. There are 5 pages already. With this is some of my own designs. Sometimes I first have an idea. Battle of the Planets also. And then I just make the watch face. But for the Amazfit base I hope that they can make it so that it can show the moon phase and sunrise and sunset, and also animations. I know it's possible, and I have installed some apps on it lately, and that works. But let's go back to the snow, the live snow, of course. Whoops. Okay. So single ladies are welcome to drink some warm tea or warm non-bio organic chocolate milk. Or coffee or something else. It's powder snow at the moment. Leave it on this for a while, then you can see these snowflakes swirling in the wind. And wild is the wind. So the absence of wind is not wild. Okay, so then I can let go of the watch face builder, because I already have the other browser open, which I usually use. Putin orders, quote, significant part, unquote, of Russian forces in Syria to withdraw. Reuters World News. BBC News, UK snow widespread. New York, quote, explosion, quote, at Manhattan bus terminal. Vrije dag voor veel scholieren vanwege winters weer. So many schools are having a day off because of the snow. Hey. So there's also some wind, a dangerous combination you could argue when people slip. But when there's already a layer of snow, they won't fall very hard. Unless it's on an area of the road where the snow has been removed already. So no doubt there are lots of people sleighing and langlaufen and skiing. It's all possible with this snowy weather. So I've bought this super cool $3.58 pilot hat, and here you can see the watch face, or at least a little bit. You need more light on it. So I'm letting my hair grow, but it's still kind of thin at the top. But perhaps after a month or so it will be covered. And I thought during the winter time it's nicer, though I may shave my head again, because it is kind of clean and nice. I can wear hats, but usually I don't like wearing hats, the way it feels, and but these hats, they also have these pilot hats in other colors on eBay. If you search on the cheapest deal, well, sometimes it's tricky. Then the ad is for more than one item, and though it's listed as the lowest price, there are others with a lower price. So perhaps it's not a good idea to always get the cheapest thing, cheapest deal. But sometimes it is, sometimes the price differences are huge. So, if you ask me, I think they control the weather with these ionospheric heaters. What else are all these ionospheric heaters for around the globe? And actually they can use camouflaged arrays and stuff. The FIPA array in Poker Flat, Alaska, through the wall radar. Synthetic telepathy is explained in the Mijdrecht patent, remotely controlling people like remotely controlled robots. And then they think what they think now, and have the emotions they have now, which can be positive or feelings. So emotions are strong feelings, basically. And they can induce unnatural amounts. More about this on this channel, BC Hoffman. Please like and subscribe. My previous 2 snow videos didn't turn out right. It was close to sunset, and let's zoom in further to have a better view of the amount of snow actually falling. Manual focus. Autofocus. From this distance you almost don't see the snow. And it's a very old camera, so it's but it has a great zoom. Optical zoom, not a digital zoom, which is just a small part of what the whole picture that it's perceiving or generating. So usually I do not use optical zoom, then it's better to do that afterwards, then you can take part of the picture or video. Perhaps I can play some music with it. And I don't like wearing trousers. It's now on the too cold side, so that's why I have to. Let's see. I prefer a zoomed out view while playing. So when I take the keyboard, then it's not working anymore. That has to do with the MIDI port, it's kind of damaged. So let's restart this program. But they sabotage everything, so they do that with wireless energy. So it's no coincidence. So some binaural network, the voice of God weapon. And some people think they do it to all the non-Jewish people, to exterminate them and enslave them, and every Jew will have 300 slaves, according to the rabbi, the famous Rabbi Ovadia. And the Goyim, the non-Jews, are less than excrement, and they should be erased. Even the best of the Goyim, the non-Jews, the Gentiles, must be killed. Talmud quote. Combined with these 6 Jews that want to depopulate Earth. But I keep making clear, it's clear that there are many non-Jews that want to depopulate Earth as well. Like Ted Turner of CNN, for example. And the book quotes prove this beyond any reasonable doubt, so it won't work for them lying about it. Most people are beginning to see through their lies. So they're using many scientists, famous scientists and renowned scientists, to lie about things to depopulate the Earth. So trust no one, nothing is what it seems. The mainstream media is a CIA-controlled bunch. Project Mockingbird. And they are also 90% Jewish owned, according to sources online. So that's interesting, a 93% population reduction and 90% Jewish owned mainstream media. Jewish privilege does not give me the search results about the statistics that show how many of the best paying jobs and the jobs with most influence are taken by Jewish people, which of course give each other the best job. So as soon as you have somebody on the top with the directed energy weapons or Rothschild or whatever, then they can slowly work out all the goyim on non-Jews and then put Jewish people in those positions to depopulate the earth. So according to a lot of sources, the Holocaust is fake. And they were worker camps. They can attack my throat with the FIPA array by attacking my vocal cords directly, part of their no-talk programming, and torture people's teeth out of their mouths, which they have done to many people, targeted individuals. And usually they try to pretend of them that they are psychotic and electroshock them to death. Electroshock, ECT, electroconvulsive therapy, is still applied nowadays, despite the fact that it's shown beyond and proven beyond any reasonable doubt that electroshock always causes the electroshock victims brain damage, as shown by the MRI scans, and it always increases the victim's suicide risk of the patients, as they are called, the victims. So don't expect help from these shrinks, the body snatchers of the pedo elite, that are not gonna check if somebody is injecting these voices into your skull with testing equipment to make these voice-to-skull messages audible, which any consumer can also send with audio spotlight and other technology available online, though it's sometimes a bit hard to find. It is there. Another audio engineer, Timothy Trespass, is also attacked by them. Could that have to do with our knowledge of silent sound and things like that? I doubt it. I think it's more about, well, religion can be one part of it. Religious people may be attacked. True believers that try to serve the Eternal One with all their heart, soul, and mind. At a point I wanted to convert to Judaism, basically. And I studied Hebrew, Aramaic, and Semitic languages at the University of Amsterdam for a while, but not very long. So I'm an audio engineer. Oh yeah, I was gonna play and I had to restart the thing because the keyboard wasn't working anymore, though it was working before. And now I don't feel like playing anymore, so let's take this away and inhale. And take this hoodie off. I'm not a green fan, I don't really like green, but I like this hoodie because it has device connection detected. It has the pictures of the, what some people call the holy herb on it. The cure of all cures, the plant cannabis. And of course they're also blocking these other healing plants, heroin and cocaine. Though cannabis is now legal, since they are not allowed to block working medicine. In some states it's legal and it should be legalized worldwide, of course, the holy herb. In the time of Obama there were also many of these blogs. Obama had a blog. And now there are these whitehouse.gov petitions. They've petitioned the arrest of George Soros, and there are other interesting petitions on whitehouse.gov. I've covered it in previous broadcasts. And with that snow, I'm thinking whitehouse.gov. So, that's my prediction. It could keep on snowing. So much that there will be meters of snow and people cannot leave their houses anymore. And elderly people die, etc. It's just helping with the depopulation, generating a crisis big enough to impose their totalitarian Luciferian global government, advocated by the Pope of Rome, though he's not going to say, in reality we're Satanists and it's a Luciferian global government. That's much better. So let's all help kill each other for our Luciferian global government. So they are always the ones to tell you who your enemies are, but they're never the ones to fight and to die. And I have made updates to my Facebook page, the I Am Anti-Human Culling and Depopulation Facebook page, which was hacked before, totally disappeared. But now it's back. I haven't had anybody helping me. I've heard that you can get damages, money, or other things. I have not had any such luck. I have not had any donations, 0 donations. And YouTube is selectively blocking my views. So they may be in on depopulating the earth in reality. With the CIA, Anonymous, CIA's ISIS, etc. And the CIA's cancer chemtrails in America, CIA. So they are a corporation working for the Jesuit pedophiles. And they basically pay people to terrorize, harass and stalk the people that expose them. And they try to, that's a satanic inversion, pretending of these victims that they are the pedophiles, the bad guys, instead of the people that have infiltrated our government. So you could argue not the whole government is terroristic, but that's wrong to argue that way, as long as they control the judges and they are higher in rank, so they control the police and military. As long as that's the case, your government is terroristic, your government is criminal. And it is true that perhaps only due to good people in the government we are not depopulated yet and we're all still alive. That may be true, I'm not saying that that's not true. So, let's light this pipe. So there are people, perhaps most of the people in the government are still doing their jobs. But the ones on top, police chiefs and stuff, are usually Freemasons. And the wiki list of Freemasons is a list of dead Freemasons. Not one Freemason that's still alive is listed on Wikipedia, the CIA Vatican-controlled encyclopedia. So there are many Muslim Freemasons and Chinese Freemasons with the Chinese moon rover hoax. And it's possible space travel is impossible, as covered in previous broadcasts. That means satellites are also impossible, because there is no thrust in space. On Earth, cars push the road to go forward. They push the air molecules, the planes, and without air you cannot hear sound, which we can hear in the NASA videos of the Apollo moon landing hoax, proving beyond any reasonable doubt that the Apollo moon landings are fake, they're a scam. Not just of the American people, but of the people of planet Earth by the NASA Freemasons. I forgot what I wanted to say. They may have erased it selectively. They may be able to erase memory selectively. But from now on we'll remember it anyway because of this hypnosis. And no one can hypnotize you without your written permission except for me and yourself. So that if something happens, I can still bring the person back to this reality. In which they can have orgasms and nice food and play with snow and stuff like that. Let's see my own live broadcast. Then I can finish my story about NASA Masons. And perhaps play a little music. Then I can finish my story about NASA Masons. So I've rewound a little bit. So if you ask me, I think they control the weather with these ionospheric heaters. What else are all these ionospheric heaters for around the globe? Then I can finish my story about NASA Masons. I did not view forward or anything, so part of it is missing, part of the broadcast. So I cannot use that method to view the previous part of the broadcast to recall what I was talking about. It was about NASA. Anyway, I did broadcasts about it, so you can all check it out online. Explosion in Manhattan, one in custody. Oh yeah, what I noticed yesterday was an attack on a synagogue in Sweden. Masked men firebomb synagogue of Kikes. Daily Stormer.red writes, which is a word I wouldn't use. I was just reading the title. Because it's possible most of these depopulators are Jewish. You could argue that bad Jews are kikes and good Jewish people are called Jews or whatever. But it's best to refrain from that word because they consider it triggering, so then they can put you in jail if you use these terms. But I doubt if saying why these shorties can get you in jail. So they're trying to flood the countries with an unlimited influx of immigrants unregulated influx of immigrants, to create a crisis big enough that's phase 3 of ideological subversion, also called active measures, as described in the description of my videos. And sometimes I change that. It's also about YouTube selectively blocking viewers, or is the NSA doing that? What do you all think? Let me know. You can always Skype me live. You can talk with me live about the snow or anything else. Skype Prologic999. That's at the right top corner. Remember to boycott Monsanto companies. And Unilever is one of them. You can recognize that by that U on the packaging. Anonymous is CIA, PSYOP, but there are some real anonymouses out there as well. Yeah, they can use your cameras, even when they're switched off with wireless energy. Nikola Tesla's wireless energy scalar waves, some types travel faster than the speed of light. But okay, the NASA Masons and erasing memory selectively. The fake Apollo moon landings. I did a broadcast about all the NASA hoaxes, the fake Hubble, that satellites may not exist and space travel is impossible. That was what I was talking about. So then when I say they can erase memory, then they can let me recall it, basically. Yeah, boat pushes water, planes push air, and cars push the road. But in space there is nothing to push, no air there, nothing. So how is it going to control, how can you control the direction in which the object moves in space when there's no air to push? Plus in a vacuum chamber you can see balloons pop. Also balloons when you let them up with the camera. Many YouTubers did this. It was or is a sort of trend, like these drones. It would be cool to use your drone now to film Mijdrecht while there is snow from high above. Preferably in FPV. That causes cancer though. So it's best to have an antenna on your roof, shield yourself against the radiation, and have a dish antenna. Then your range increases and the amount of ambient radiation going through your body decreases. But still, it's better not to do it at all. If you don't want cancer, 1 in 2 of you will get cancer, according to Medscape.com. But we were talking about the moon landing hoax. No snow on the moon. So yeah, that means that there are no satellites in space either, and they do that with that wireless energy technology of Nikola Tesla. And the clouds we see on the supposed satellite images of Earth, geostationary satellites, weather satellites, may have been edited in by a computer, and it's just detected with radar, these clouds. The density makes it possible for them with scalar radar. They can see the whole universe in 3D. And so I do not believe that the Earth is flat. The flat earthers are usually controlled opposition, like Alex Jones, fake resistance to prevent real resistance to these Jesuits, Luciferian global government and depopulation. So their military order posing as a religious order, famous for the Inquisition, pedophilia. They paid more in pedo cases than anybody else, Hiroshima, Nagasaki, the Jesuit world wars. And they've tortured more than 50 million people to death in their Inquisition. And nowadays they use these directed energy weapons to silence everybody and brain control people with synthetic telepathy. They brain control people. So that's why nobody is talking about synthetic telepathy, brain control, the Malev patent, and directed energy weapon torture. So that leads me to talk about it. And the other thing is, of course, controlling the factors that control aging, which are two things I focus on to create a perfect society in which we all will live happily eternally, which is possible. And I think it must be stimulated, but that it will happen eventually. The neural network keeps learning from its mistakes, but one of their techniques is sabotaging everybody else. And NASA is also there for that purpose, to give people the illusion that they're using technology that cannot be used to travel to the moon and travel through space. They may have these flying saucers in Queen Maudland, so I don't say that we never landed on the moon. It may be possible that with saucers they can travel. I still would have to study that more, so that's just a theory. The NASA Apollo moon landing hoax is a conspiracy fact, proven by the fact that there cannot be sound on the moon, yet we see on the NASA videos that there is sound on the moon, and that's impossible. And I've shown these videos, and there are many of them, and many people exposing them, and many top 10s of Apollo moon landing hoax proofs. Things that prove we never landed on the moon. With the Apollo rocket. And there were supposedly several moon landings, and you may use that NASA material that's copyright free. And perhaps that's what they want you to do, to get more money for their next fake mission to Mars, to deepen the crisis and depopulate Earth and enslave humanity, the rest of the 500 million of us that will be left if they get their way. Then 7 billion of us will die. And they pretend they're doing the opposite. They're satanic pedophiles that simply pretend they're doing the opposite. It's the satanic inversion. The opposite of what they're really doing. So lying for them is the easiest way to accumulate wealth and power. Unless they're exposed, then they have to change their strategy. Exposed and thus prevented. It's now almost not snowing anymore. Or perhaps it has stopped. I'd have to... When I look out the window to my left, I don't see any snow, but on this I still see small snow particles. Stand near the window. Hello world. Let's hear that snow again. The audio is dampened by the snow, it's also cool. But it is pretty cold. Yes, there are still powdered snow particles. floating through the air. But it's a tiny amount. So I thought, let's register this, log it for the people of planet Earth. I make the clock a little smaller. And let's zoom out again. The end result. So I'm trying to get a picture where you can see how much snow actually fell. So another idea is hot glue wine. But I've stopped with alcohol. It causes cancer and deaths. Though according to the BBC it's healthier to drink some alcohol than none at all. I doubt that as well. So this shows a bit more how much snow actually fell. So it's substantial. Perhaps enough for people to lung laugh and sorry about that, they attack my throat. They can increase slime production, etc. But I'm gonna get some tea. And for that I wear my new pilot hat. So I'm now beginning to wake up and you could argue I'm almost totally awake. So I'll be right back and then I'll just start talking again. So there were 2 people that wanted to add me as their contact and I did not respond in time, perhaps. So just call again or whatever. Because I sometimes don't have time for Skype and other things. I'm busy most of the time. Though I am at home, so it must be possible to Skype me. Otherwise perhaps via email or bchoffman@gmail.com. But I prefer Skype. So via Skype you have a bigger chance of reaching me. Better chance. Nope, there's still some tiny snow particles are still falling. And in one of my videos you can see a crow that jumped down a chimney. Later it came out again. So of course these birds want to stay warm as well. Their whole bird family. Now the perpetrators do the specimen tags on the left side of my head. And they usually do that when I wear a hat or hoodie also. But usually when I lie on my left side in my bed. It's done automatically by a neural network. That's clear from a number of things. So the neural network can stay with people 24 hours a day. While people cannot. They have to sleep and eat and go use the bathroom, etc. So now my transparent mini arcade has fallen twice and yet it's still not damaged, no scratches, so I'm lucky. And I'll have to make sure that it doesn't happen a 3rd time. So when moving the curtain or when removing the fog from the window, I always have to remove these things that are standing there, otherwise they fall. I was going to Skype my father the things we need to buy. All right. It's starting snowing again. Bigger flakes, snowflakes coming down. They've disabled the keyboard again. CPU is usage 100%. So now the keyboard should work. So more snow is coming down. It's awesome. I like to see it, snow twirling down. It's slowly falling because of the air molecules, of course. It flows rather than drops very fast down. But it looks better with my eyes directly than on the video. I don't know if you all can see this window. I'm not gonna open the curtain further, so it's overexposed basically. But it's still quite early, 15:11, so we have a whole day ahead of us. And of course people can make a snow doll, they can go sledding, skiing langlaufen perhaps also. So I really like that there's a lot of snow. I like it cold in the winter time and warm in the summer. And I think it's kind of adventurous, like meters of snow could fall basically. And then I will be the only survivor here on the first floor in my room, high above the snow. Sole survivor, the last man on earth. So we can't see people outside because we cannot really see the street very well. And perhaps people stay more indoors, afraid to slip with their cars or bikes, even when walking. Though I might have some moon boots somewhere, so then I can wear those. American flag moon boots. Actually pretty cool. So I would think most people in our government are not Jesuits nor Masons. And they don't know who the Masons and Jesuits are, they're a secret society. Though the only Mason that I know of, it's a Mason. Well, perhaps Brad Pitt is one, and that's another one I'm recalling just now. But Richard Pryor is another one. Of course, prayer is in it because religion is one, because he's nice. I think most people like Richard Pryor, so that's why he's a known Freemason. And though most people don't know he's a Mason, I guess. So they'd be quite surprised if they'd find out. And religion is an important part of their depopulation, of course, pretending that it's done by a deity, an entity, so they can keep on torturing people with their directed energy weapon and depopulate Earth with their voice of God weapon, which was used to make the Iraqi people surrender themselves. So it's certain they have that. I don't doubt it. So, more snow. Let's see if we can get a better picture that shows more of the snowfall. There. And I will have to clean the window again. So the keyboard I played is a free device. It's a free DAW, they call it, digital audio workstation. It's called Podium Free, is the name of the program. And with free sforzando, it's called. And the instrument is Music Box. And these are free sound fonts that you can download for sforzando, which you can tune. If you make it tune plus 16, then it's 528 Hertz. Here you can see it. This is tune plus 16. Then see, this is 528 Hertz. And then if you tune it minus 32, then it's 432 Hertz. So usually I use 528 Hertz tuning. Whoops. Do this one. Okay. Met de vlam in de pijp. Wow, lots of snow. So if you have junkies on LSD, they might try to snort it. It snowed. Dutch for it's snowing. It's all snowing. So I'm going to test what this looks like. So I can adjust the focus manually. Near focus. So then the snowflakes closer by should be sharp. Or far focus. So I think we'll have to do some shopping, and I think I will leave the camera on. Here's a view from the other window. It's our safety cam. It's not going very fast because I'm also broadcasting, so that's using quite a bit of bandwidth. But it shows better how much snow actually has fallen in the Netherlands. So it's cool that cam is working as well. Okay. Computer ventilators. Blowing. Yeah, I love snow. I don't really love the cold, but I love the snow. And skating as a child, usually I had to walk through the park to get to school. In Amstelveen, de Venema school. And I used to cross the ice also when it wasn't not thick enough, and I went through the ice, and Ferenc Jakobsek saved my life. When I went through the ice, basically we were playing on the ice and jumping from ice sheet to ice sheet and stuff. And also I remember using fireworks, a blowpipe, plastic blowpipe with fireworks, little arrows we used to shoot at each other. And strikers, which are explosives used to create avalanches basically, which were 25 guilders for whole books. Yep, those were the days. I think that is also part of the programming, calling young people old. The attackers also did that. So that's that video also on YouTube of the rock throwers, people that threw stones at me and my father. And they have to be older than 18 because that person was also in the coffee shop and made a death threat. But that's covered in my previous broadcast. And as long as I feel unsafe because of it, I might as well report about it. So that they know where to look if something happens to me or my father. But if I die now, then it's of course directed energy weapon murder attacks. Because I was checked recently at the hospital, and I was regularly checked, so they've ran a whole battery of tests. I think they call it a battery of tests. So hospitals are slaughterhouses nowadays. It's covered in my previous broadcast with serial killing doctors. I did a broadcast about it as well. So the idea was just checking all the doctors, if there are doctors with insane amounts of dead patients, then doing a further investigation to those doctors. And they used the cancer-causing prescription drugs to depopulate the earth. That's why they've made the use of these healing plants, anesthetizing plants like cocaine and heroin illegal, though you can get that on a doctor's prescription, of course. Codeine, etc., that's all heroin based, but it's a chemical cancer causing drug. It's not the natural poppy seed or whatever. Which I could take again because I haven't used it for a long time. It depends a bit on the poppy seed, but you'd need a lot to have any effect. But it is healthy. Like coca leaves contain alkaloids and stuff. So that's why the depopulators have made it illegal and their chemical cancer-causing drugs legal. But I'm no fan of heroin or that type of thing. I have a doctor's prescription for the use of cannabis. which can also be eaten, so there is no good reason not to legalize it. In the Netherlands, for example. It's also a good idea to invest more in controlling the factors that control aging, of course. I have to say that in every broadcast, because time is running out for everyone, as long as we do not control these factors that control aging yet. So how to go shopping? Perhaps we should go walking. Bulletproof vest on like Geert Wilders. I voted for Geert Wilders. So my advice would be to foreigners in our country not to do what the pedo elite wants you to do. They're trying to play you out against other innocent civilians, like myself, and to shift the blame from the guilty themselves to the innocent, to the targeted individuals, of which they pretend that they are pedophiles, so others have reported that as well. They've reported about it, like I did. And beware controlled opposition, etc. So what are they gonna do, for example, with Iran? I could check what fake news the mainstream media have to write about that. New York today, an explosion in Times Square, New York Times 19 minutes ago. Central California, Thomas fire spreads into Santa Barbara country, not St. Elmo's fire. Putin makes first visit to Syria, louds victory over ISIS and announces withdrawals. Trump's #MeToo moment is coming on Monday, and the Republican Party may pay a serious price, Business Insider 1 hour ago. North Korea's newest claim, Kim Jong-un can control the weather, USA Today 3 hours ago. People with cloudbusters as well. I like snow. World, US. Convicted serial killer Todd Kohlhepp reportedly claims more victims, ABC News 12 hours ago. So I could argue it's better not to read the fake news. Trump's decertification doesn't mean the death of the Iran nuclear deal, the Boston Globe. And the two-state solution, World War is still looming in the background as well. So that could still happen. So that's their technique: divide et impera, divide to defeat, divide to conquer, is one, and the other one is problem, reaction, solution. First creating the problem and then also offering the solution, giving themselves more power, which is the main thing they're after. Where the North Korean crisis meets the Iran nuclear deal, Forbes. Well, perhaps it's all just mainstream media fluff and nothing is happening in reality. Lavrov, US threats to withdraw from Iran nuclear deal make North Korea wary. But these threats are not made by the whole US. So that's another thing. But in this case, they are threats made by people by Americans, I suppose. Congress considers the Iran nuclear deal. Lowy Institute, the interpreter. Trump's decertification doesn't mean the death of the Iran nuclear deal. Well, you could ask the question if the death of the nuclear deal would be better for the world. Otherwise, with not allowing inspections in a certain facility, you could argue that can be seen as an argument to claim that Iran is not complying with the nuclear deal. They're not in compliance, like President Trump has said. So that can also lead to a world war if they attack Iran, and Russia, its ally, could attack the US, and then there would be a world war, which could be a nuclear world war. So it is best to be prepared with a radiological water filter, storable food. In civilized societies like ours, there is no excuse not to prepare. And then you cannot expect people that have prepared to help you if something happens. But it's more likely that they'll just sanction Iran, like I said. So cancer oil prices may go up. Which also fits in with their eco money tax scam. The killer vaccines, also monitored by me and many others. So what will be their next depopulation method? Of the Jesuits and Masons and 6 Jews depopulating the earth. Well, there are several depopulation methods. Several ways they are depopulating the earth as we speak. Starvation is one of them. 11 children dying every minute of starvation, while 14 of them are born every minute, supposedly. So, Iran war. They want permanent bases in the Middle East. It was reported a long time ago already. But they may call it kinetic actions, not war, to avoid having to have the approval from Congress. Same US Congress with the fasci, the fascist flag. It hangs in Congress, you can see it. I've covered it in my previous broadcast as well. Newsweek. I usually do not like videos with music and no one speaking. It might be just an intro.
The most sophisticated space science telescope ever constructed, the James Webb Space Telescope.
So space travel is impossible, and these telescopes may also be fake. And what they use is, for example, Sophia, a plane with a telescope that can produce better images than Hubble. So, whatever. Blind pedo OAP jailed after saying, quote, "new children," unquote, into a voice-activated mobile in middle of car phone warehouse. It's kind of weird. Why would you do that? Pedo dad, quote, "killed 4 days before daughter was murdered walking in on killer chopping up body," unquote. The Sun reports. Volunteers formed a human shield to protect an innocent Santa as vile jobs, chanting, quote, "pedo," unquote, lobcans during a Well, I think some Santas are pedophiles, no doubt. But they're not the real Santa. Of course, Santa does not exist, but it's best to pretend he does to get presents. Satanic Temple demands $35,000 after Bell plane cancels public space at Veterans Park. The Rolling Stones found themselves on, quote, Satanic Majesty's request anniversary. For a brief time in 1978, Italy had a televised satanic variety show. Well, of course, Satanism is forever associated with human sacrifice and satanic ritual abuse, SRA. Florida satanic nativity display fail. Army developed Zika vaccine induces strong immune response in early trials. So the killer vaccine are an important depopulation method the list of pandemics caused by vaccinations proves that beyond any reasonable doubt as well. And so does the ingredients list by itself proves that totally. Ebola, kills by colloidal silver, also shown in the reports of the Strategic Threat Reduction Agency of the DoD, the Department of Defense. I did a blog about that, loads of info. And they pretend that these symptoms are part of disease, ADHD for example. And on the other hand, they claim that these diseases are fictional, that they don't exist. They don't take them seriously, so that they don't get any real treatment. They just make it worse with chemical cancer-causing prescription drugs to depopulate. And also drugs that turn people into killers. And the Fed, well, it's audit the Fed, auditing the Federal Reserve. I don't know if there is something about Janet Yellen. First time they're going to have a non-Jewish person in control of the Federal Reserve. I heard something about it, I don't know. Oh yeah, Jerusalem is the two-state solution dead. You could say that, of course. But they can easily build in to the two-state solution that the ally countries may not intervene if they go to war with each other. So now you have one state, so there cannot be a war where one country attacks the other country or state. And if you have a two-state solution implemented, then there can be, of course, between Iran and Israel, and Iran cannot pose any threat to Israel, not even if they'd have nuclear weapons, because Israel has its missile shields, so does Europe and the US. So there is no real threat possible with nuclear weapons, and nuclear weapons are obsolete because of scalar weapons. Perhaps that's why we see this in the mainstream media, to make them think, oh, we have to have nukes and blah blah. But it's go nuclear waste. So they have to go somewhere with the nuclear waste, and this way they can make money off it instead of having to pay to clean it up, basically. And that may be a reason Donald Trump may also want more nukes, more nuclear weapons. Which I'm totally against, and I think many Dutch people and also many American people are against more nuclear weapons and for the use of clean, free energy technologies. Like the water, hydrogen-powered car of Danny Klein used by the military, for example. And the first car that was invented by Isaac de Rivas drove on water, not on cancer, petroleum-based engines, internal combustion engines, they call it ICE. That's the abbreviation. Oh yeah, paper is over there. I'm gonna wash my hand and get some more food. Or get get some food. I haven't eaten anything yet. So when using colloidal silver, it's best to also use probiotics. Oh, was it on this? Sorry. I forgot to put it back on this. So you have to replace the good bacteria in your gut when you use colloidal silver, which does kill their designer viruses, which are real, of course. Unfortunately for a lot of people that are dead already and that people do not speak, they cannot talk. There is no hereafter. But making people believe that helps with their depopulation. A better world. Paradise, baby. So we have to create it ourselves. Of course, you all can just fast forward if there's a break of some time, which they create by controlling my brainwave, my mind, to a certain extent. Though perhaps I'm the least controllable person on the planet, because of my hypnosis and other measures taken. But it's a physical process, the brainwave is physical. Our brainwave is electromagnetic, so they can alter that easily with wireless energy and erase people's memories and do things that they cannot believe because they are brain controlled. That's why they never talk about it. So it's still snowing and there are bigger snowflakes now. It was powdered snow and now it's bigger snowflakes again. So doors that open to the outside might be hard to open. Even when there's really not that much snow yet. But yes, it's still really snowing. So if they put that in the agreement that the allied countries of Israel and Iran may not intervene if they go to war with each other, then that cannot lead to a world war, which is the Jesuits' goal, to rule the world from Jerusalem, not Brussels, which is just a stepping stone towards Soros's EU superstate. And the Brits are in on it, and on that they may be the ones doing all that to crash Europe, to destroy European countries. So that's why they've left the EU. So that's obviously their plan. George Soros's EU superstate being ruled from Brussels instead of The Hague, etc. Hence exit Brexit or Nexit. Great Britain has to exit Brexit, become an EU country again, or other EU countries will leave the EU, knowing what's going on. I think we're stupid. And in reality, most British people might be against leaving the EU, and I do not believe in electronic voting with wireless energy being real of Nikola Tesla and patented. Patents are not provided unless it's a working device. You may build these devices, patented things, but you may not sell them or derive any benefits from them. So this guy looks like Jules Deelder, Dutch a little bit, and it looks like he's looking like that with his eyes up, basically. It's pretty funny. So of course they can easily implement it in the agreement that allies of Israel and Iran may not intervene if they go to war with each other. Then the two-state solution may be a viable solution, it may be usable. And I do wonder if Netanyahu is one of the good guys, perhaps. It is possible, Shalom. So I'm still not an anti-Semite, I keep it real. And I point my finger at those responsible instead of the innocent civilians they want to play out against each other. So the Jesuits are always the ones to tell you where your enemies are, but they're never the ones to fight and to die. And perhaps the greatest heroes are unknown heroes that have died for our freedom. Not in bloody wars, but though you could argue it's a war, it's not an info war, it's a real war when people are depopulating the earth, poisoning the people and the animals. For example, these 37 GMO deaths genetically modified organism deaths. Most people don't know about, covered up by 37 million dead honeybees supposedly caused by GMO, but that is supposedly a fake story. So they put these fake stories out there to cover up the real news, like 37 deaths due to GMO. Food as a sterilizing depopulation weapon, also covered by controlled opposition Alex Jones, so they have to bring you part of the real news that real opposition would also bring. Well, I had Lenin quote, the best way to control opposition is to lead it ourselves, and the other thing was, history is written by the victor, that's so important. So they rewrite history to make themselves look like the good guys and the enemy that lost the bad guys. So like in the Eric Dubé rap, a flat earther. I'm not a flat earther, I'm a oblong earther, basically. So the earth is not exactly spherical, not completely spherical, but almost. So it's ball-shaped, not flat. And I think, but I like his raps also. Hitler shut down the Rothschild banks, kicked all Freemasons out of the ranks, opened up the lodges for the public to see, and freed Germany from Jewish usury. So some people really see Hitler as a hero. I wouldn't go that far though. Perhaps he was, so I don't exclude the possibility that they were worker camps, not concentration camps, and 6 million Jews never died in the concentration camps, and 60 million people were killed by the communists, by the Bolsheviks, and the Jews and Jesuits were expelled for a reason, etc. It's all covered in my previous broadcasts. And I might still do that broadcast about... it was a broadcast I wanted to make. But there are so many broadcasts that I could do. I forgot what it was about. I wanted to do a broadcast about that had to do with Jewish people. That it's not, perhaps not, that was a thing, not possible. It's not possible that all Jewish people are involved in that depopulation, and that the Jesuits and Masons are to blame. And that they should arrest all members of secret societies, the Committee of 300 members and the Freemasons. But since they control the judges and the intelligence agencies which control the military and the police, the whole government is terroristic, and fair trial is impossible. So watch out for that. Because you'd walk straight into their trap. For example, the False Memory Syndrome Foundation is used to cover for the satanic pedophile parents that abuse their kids, and then they use these shrinks to pretend that the child is mentally ill instead of the abusive father or mother or both, and they claim it's a false memory. If they think they were abused, and it's all in their head, and there's something wrong with them, and they have to be electroshocked. So the only thing to do something about it is doing it yourself. Don't expect the police to do their job, or anybody else in the government, or the doctors. Things have changed with the directed energy weapon tortures, depopulating the earth, and directed energy weapons, I think, are the main method. Making people sick softly, slowly, killing them. while they think it's because of themselves. They've been eating too much bread or other things people usually do, and everybody does practically. They try to label as bad, and ooh, it's so bad, bread, ooh. Gluten, ooh. So that means we will have to go shopping. Then shopping. Wow, it's still snowing. Nano snow? Is it nano snow? Too cold. Ice, ice babies. Nano snow. Hola, yeah, hola, yo. Or perhaps they're not that advanced yet. But yeah, nanobots, these nanobots are real. So if you Google it, then they might show you all kinds of airbrushes and animations. And not the T4 nanobot, which may be used to eat parts of your brain selectively. Modified bacteriophages. Bacteriophages may be another great solution. Not to depopulate Earth, but to do the opposite, to actually save people. But you can all Google it for yourselves. And then there are these diseases that are spread nosocomially in and through hospitals. So doctors are advised to use colloidal silver as well. And the doctor of the AMC, I will remove my comments, my accusations of murder of the doctor Arnon Kater. I've accused him of murder, more or less, which you can see in my previous broadcasts. And I can remove that if they are willing to analyze the yellow sticky venom in my feces, in my poop. And I think it's weird that they don't want to analyze that. Because when you compare it, you can see that it's centipede venom. When you compare that to the constituents of the Lithobius forficatus venom, or some other Lithobius. But perhaps they're almost dead, and the way to get rid of these centipedes is double-sided tape around your bed, perhaps even on your head. And it has to be sticky enough to catch these centipedes. Which may be hybrid insect micro electric mechanical systems remotely controlled by a neural network, like little drones and nanobots, etc. So they have the through-the-wall radar with wireless energy that some types travel faster than the speed of light. Scalar waves, they're called by some. Others just call it wireless energy. So I can turn off the mic and let this go for a while, and I can make some music. So I cannot support a two-state solution as long as they don't add to the agreement that the allied countries may not intervene if they'd go to war with each other, if there would be conflicts to avoid a world war. Then I think it's a step towards world war rather than away from it. But if I'm wrong about something, or I want to say I agree fully and add things, or for any other reason, you can always Skype Prologic999. At least instant messaging works, and then I can call you to have you in my broadcast. But if I'm not Skypeable at the moment, I think I am. My father can Skype me. But it is not working properly because messages are not received by me. Not even when I have Skype in full mode. So that's why I didn't see your message, otherwise I would have... some people requested... what was it? I don't know what it's called, but they make a request... No, I don't see it anymore. To list me in their contacts or as one of their contacts or something. So then you have Skype, you have Facebook with people that want to befriend you, etc. And you have to take care of all of that. But usually I don't have time. I have to watch the snow, make this video. It was not a single female anyway. So it's a lower priority. That can be important for the timeline, but I advise you all to make your own movements and be your own leaders. And take us in the direction we have to go. The direction of creating paradise on earth, the control of the factors that control aging, creating a perfect society in which we all live happily, peacefully, eternally. Which is possible because everything is energy. So the table is energy, molecules, etc. You've heard it all before. Except for true nothingness, that's nothingness and not energy. Except if you have energy traveling through it, but then it's not real nothingness. You could argue. So perhaps we should go shopping before it turns dark. nice. And nice. Oh yeah, actually I could take, well that's not charged probably. It's getting too dark. Checking if there's still some charge in this, which I doubt totally. Welcome, it's still starting up. Whoa, the battery is still half full. Is there a card in here? I doubt that as well. Whoa, there's a card. Wow, well then, by all means I will use this thing for a little while. Turn it off. Alright, then we have to go fast while there's still some daylight. Perhaps we should go by car. Ken ze koos niet toch in hele car. But I think it's walkable. Except if we have a lot of groceries, then that's pretty heavy. So no heavy stuff. Should I wear the double hoodie? Perhaps it would be wise. Can be pretty, and my pilot hat. I've ordered another one because they're so cheap, then I have a reserve. And I might order some in other colors. I've received it pretty fast. So I'm using the same seller. Or not. Perhaps this one is even cheaper. $3.54 or something. Incredible that they can make it for so little money for such a low price. Alright. Well, I'm gonna check if my father is ready for some shopping. I can clean the window one last time before I go. So I thought hot air can get more water. So we can all fast forward. It'll take some time. So I still have to leave. I've made a 360 recording of the streets, and I can upload that perhaps someday, if it has succeeded. Okay, y'all, I'm so back, incredible. But there are some cancer chemtrails now on my head. And now I use some paper to get rid of that. I had some almost cramp basically. Basically I had some cramp in my foot. And I want to prevent that from getting worse. I used tetanus antitoxin Dr. Wright frequency. And people can rewind to the beginning when I start speaking. Who knows, perhaps I'm some entity and perhaps one day I'll be famous. Blah blah. Ah, it's hurting my foot. I think they do that. Whoa, fuck. It hurts a lot. Toes, cramp in my toes and stretching up my foot a little bit. So I have to put away the hat. But I first want to dry that with some paper, which is sort of hidden under my moon clock. $17.40. It seems to work still. Okay. I think it's a cool clock. It's I can show you. Sort of a museum piece. I think it's cool because it shows the moon phase with a picture of the moon that is covered by a half bowl. So I have some stuff that is nice for the winter time, some truffle mushroom stuff and speculoos, that's with cinnamon, cookies with cinnamon, which is another great thing to take during the winter time. And I'm gonna close this curtain. So now I am awake basically. When I sleep till 2-3 o'clock, it takes about an hour for me to wake up. If I've slept extra well. It's, So it's possible the pedos do it because I told you about the cramp, and the cramp was in my left foot, not in my right foot, and they're giving the cramp in my right foot now. So the directed energy weapon torture continues, and the neural network adapts that to the reality you're in, the things you say and the things you do especially. So it's manipulating this reality mainly by controlling the minds of people. And it's also because I haven't had movement for a long time, I think. But now I'm gonna put ointment on it. So the ointment I use against cramp is the Spiroflor SRL jelly, which contains a thing against cramp that works is, let's see, Ledum palustra tincture. And some others. So another thing is basically, fuck, let's get my sock off. Ah! Ah! I think I've never had that cramp in my foot. In my ankles and stuff, yeah, but not in my foot. It is the most wonderful time of the year. Summertime. Nobody freezing to death, etc. But I mean, it's most wonderful in the sense that people give presents and so I'm going to turn on the tetanus antitoxin rife frequency. And perhaps I need to clean my feet more also. That's an idea. But I've made some 360-degree recording. I have to let the tincture work into my foot now. Let's put some more on my leg, you know, behind the knee. That's where the vessels are, and then it's better absorbed by your bloodstream. So their designer viruses spreading cancer chemtrails are also absorbed by your skin in reality. That's another thing to watch out for. So then I will be able to clean the window. Voilà. There we see the peaceful city of Mijdrecht. We can zoom. See if we can see some people, which I doubt. Oh, they have lights there. I haven't seen that before. So you can still see the snow. There's in some places there's enough light. But I'm happy I did it. I've not had enough movement for a long time, so that's also the reason for the cramp, probably. Oh yeah, I was gonna put on the tetanus antitoxin rye frequency. So I went through the snow with my snow camo watch, Misfit base, and my new pilot hat, which I think is an awesome deal. It's an awesome hat. It's really very useful in this type of weather. And it's so good because it covers your neck and it has these flaps that you can use. Covers your throat to a certain extent. So if I switch the white balance, it doesn't make a lot of difference in or out. Seems to be pretty unsharp. But there's not that much to see. I doubt if anybody will see this. A Christmas star. So the pentagram is Phi. It's not owned by the Satanists, like the hexagram is not owned by the Jewish people, and etc. It's a mathematical shape, which we also see in nature, of course. Many flowers have 5 petals, and it's Phi. So it's just another beautiful shape, basically. Still not seeing any people. Wow. So that's about it for now. I think that it's awesome that it has snowed, and I think many people have enjoyed the snow. Of course, there will also be some accidents. It may be a good idea to use snow chains. My father thought that it's weird that they're not cleaning up the roads. That happens less than a couple of years back. When there was snow, they cleaned up the roads, but perhaps we can see more in the mainstream media fake news about that. And yeah, single ladies are welcome for free shields for hand massage. Perhaps we have glühwein, I'd have to check. But at least we have coconut pineapple smoothie and some other nice things for the what they call holidays. It's just a cold time of the year. So I'm gonna enjoy that, and I hope you all do as well, that you have a wonderful holiday period, and yeah, with lots of presents if you celebrate Christmas. And this hat is an awesome deal. I'm really happy with that. I'm gonna order more of them. So thank you all for watching. Please like and subscribe, and check out my previous videos on this channel right here for universal peace.